Kia ora. Good morning. To start of hopefully the second and last week of hearings, and this week started with natural features and landscapes. But before I ask Anderson for ORC to open, I have to do the health and safety instruction for the very few who are here. Doors out the back for toilet facilities. Those are the doors that one would leave if we had any emergency, and meeting place outside the Speight's Ale House. Otherwise, if I can just ask everybody to check that their phones are off, and if you see us using phones, it's to access RMA things on our phones. So we're not being offensive to people we're listening to. So for those opening comments, Mr. Anderson, thank you.
Please, the panel, I have some legal submissions. They are in fact far briefer than the bundle of paper suggests, because I've attached an extract from one of Judge Hassan's decisions on the QL PDP hearings, because it contains an excellent summary of section 6 and 7 principles, 6B and 7C. My own submissions will be mercifully brief. So, in this chapter, our key RMA provisions are section 6B, the protection of outstanding natural features and landscapes from inappropriate subdivision use and development. In section 7C, the maintenance and enhancement of amenity values. I've set out the definition for amenity values, which is just to show that that's broad enough to include the factors that are used in the RPS for highly valued landscapes and features. Some of the principles which apply to giving effect to those provisions are that assessing whether a natural landscape or feature is a factual assessment based on the inherent quality of that feature or landscape, that while an outstanding natural landscape or feature obviously has to be natural, it does not need to be pristine or unaltered. The question of what restrictions apply only arises after those landscapes and features have been identified and their values assessed. From King Salmon, in determining what's appropriate or inappropriate, that needs to be assessed against the thing which is to be protected, i.e. the outstanding feature or landscape, and activities which don't protect the outstanding nature of a feature or landscape will generally not be appropriate in terms of section 6B. That assessment gets undertaken by identifying the values of the outstanding natural feature or landscape, which in turn informs what's appropriate and what's not. And that's because when you're trying to protect something special, it's very hard to do that without first identifying what it is that makes that thing special. And a construct which is helpful to doing this is the concept of landscape capacity, which is a tool used to identify to what extent a landscape is able to absorb change without the values that make it outstanding or special being degraded. And as I mentioned before, I've attached part of one of Judge Hassan's Queenstown decisions, the relevant parts, paragraphs 103 to 110, the rest is for context, simply because it provides a far better summary of the relevant principles than I've just provided. The relevant national direction in this chapter is the National Environmental Standards for Plantation Forestry. That standard provides a very comprehensive set of provisions which applies to plantation forestry, which is to be applied on a consistent basis throughout New Zealand. And I should note that it's generally permissive of plantation forestry and prescriptive as to the activity status of the various aspects of that and the controls that are in place to protect environmental and other factors. That policy statement is not a short or easy read, and so I've included a link to a Ministry for Primary Industries overview. And I'll just note that's a link that may be useful for context. Guidance like that can't be treated as authoritative as to what a statutory instrument means, or even what it's intended to mean. So when considering regional policy in this context, the issue is about whether any policy in this policy statement would require a regional or district rule which is in conflict with the environmental standard for plantation forestry, and if so, whether that is permissible. The standard itself provides that in some circumstances, a rule in a plan, it could be a regional or a district plan, can be more stringent than the standard. The relevant part for this chapter allows more stringent rules to recognise and provide for the protection of outstanding natural landscapes and features from an appropriate use and development. It follows from that regional policy statement provisions can be more stringent than the standard when it comes to protecting outstanding natural landscapes and features. I've noted at paragraph 18 that there cannot be plan rules which are more permissive of plantation forestry than the standard, because there is no provision in the standard allowing this, and because of sections 43B and 44A of the RMA. Regulation 5.4 of the standard provides that where the standard doesn't apply to a particular activity, there can be district or regional plan rules to regulate that activity. One thing to note from this is that it refers to the activity rather than the effects of an activity. And so it's implicit that while an activity which isn't regulated can have rules in a plan, the effects of an activity which is regulated under the standard cannot be subject to rules in a plan, except for one of the exceptions where you can have more stringent rules. And just to explain why I've noted that, it's sometimes argued that there is a difference between, or a distinction between the standard saying you may undertake a certain activity and not being able to deal with that, and that activity having some effect off-site, and taking the view, well, we can't regulate the activity, but we can regulate the effects of that activity. I don't think that can be done in context of this standard. So there are some provisions of the standard that specifically deal with outstanding natural features and landscapes, visual amenity landscapes, which essentially corresponds to our highly valued landscapes and features, and wild and tree risk and control. Outstanding natural features and landscapes are defined to mean areas which are identified as such and have their location identified in either regional policy statement, regional plan, or district plan. it's a condition in the standard to having permitted activity status that afforestation not occur within an outstanding natural feature or landscape. If that condition is not met, then afforestation is a restricted discretionary activity. Consent has to be obtained from whichever local authority has identified that landscape or feature in its policy statement or plan. When it comes to territorial authority consents, one of the factors, one of the restrictive discretionary factors is effects on the values of the outstanding natural feature or landscape. That's also the case for in most circumstances where a regional council consent is being applied for. However, in certain circumstances, and that is where the afforestation is more than 2 hectares in area, it's a very high erosion risk area, or in an area which hasn't had its erosion risk defined. And there's a set of maps which is referenced in the standard, which sets out the erosion risk of land. Then the discretion is limited to erosion-related factors only, i.e. not effects on the outstanding natural feature or landscape. And I've set that out because what it means is that in some limited circumstances, where you're talking about plantation forestry in outstanding natural landscapes or feature areas, whether the effects on those, on the values of that area are taken into account can depend upon whether you're applying for a territorial authority consent or a regional council consent, and which authority you're seeking consent from depends upon which authority has identified the area in its plan or policy statement. And so if the only controls which we're applying were the controls under the standard, it's quite important to be alert to that, because whether effects on something outstanding get taken into account can simply be a fluke of which plan's doing the mapping. I've noted later on that in this instance, the regional policy statement has that mapping happening at the district level, and at the district level, in terms of the standard, effects on the values of outstanding natural landscapes and features will always be one of the relevant factors for a restricted discretionary consent application. So I've probably belabored that point a little bit, but it becomes relevant if it should be suggested that the mapping happen at the regional level rather than the district level. Standard also deals with visual amenity values. That's defined to mean a landscape or landscape feature identified in a district plan as having visual amenity values and identified in either a policy statement or plan by its location, and roughly corresponds with highly valued landscapes and features in the regional policy statement. In that case, as a condition to permitted activity status, afforestation must not occur in a visual amenity landscape if rules in the relevant plan restrict plantation forestry activities within that landscape. A point to note about that is that it's implicit that a district plan, because district plans are the relevant plan in this case, that a district plan can restrict afforestation in those visual amenity areas, not just outstanding areas. However, in that instance, if the condition is not complied with, it becomes controlled activity, and the effects on the relevant visual amenity area is the aspect over which controls reserved. Wild and tree risk and controls, the standard has some provisions dealing with that. It's a condition to having permitted activity status that wild and tree risk has to be calculated in accordance with some prescribed wild and tree guidelines, and that afforestation not occur in an area with a wild and tree risk calculator score of 12 or more. The risk calculator is a bit of a mystery to me, and I can't shed any light on what a score of 12 or more actually means, whether that's a low risk, a high risk, or some other risk. However, if that condition is not met, then the afforestation becomes a restricted discretionary activity, and the comments I just made apply equally in that scenario. Territorial authority consents will always consider effects on an outstanding natural feature or landscape, if that's the area we're talking about. But if the consents regional council, that may or may not be the case depending upon erosion status. The standard also includes a limited requirement to eradicate wild conifers, but not in any way that's relevant to outstanding natural features or landscapes or visual amenity values. And in fact, that requirement only extends to the forester's own land. So it's never going to deal with any off-site wild conifer effects. There are also some specific setbacks that apply depending on the nature of the adjoining property, but again, none of that is in a way that's relevant to outstanding natural features or landscapes or visual amenity landscapes. And it's perhaps worth just noting, just to round out that picture, that there is a pest management strategy for otago, under which some types of wild and tree are considered pests, and where there are some obligations on landowners to eliminate them, and which I may be understating this slightly, but is generally enforced on a complaints basis. So that's something which is relevant when considering wild and conifer control. So what does this mean for the regional policy statement? 3 key points arise. Regulation 6 allows more stringent policy settings to protect outstanding natural features and landscapes. These can be more restrictive than the very limited protections found in the environmental standard for plantation forestry. And to be clear, they can lead to plan rules which would make plantation forestry either a fully discretionary activity, non-complying activity, or even a prohibited activity, where that is necessary to protect outstanding natural features and landscapes. And doing that is entirely permissible in terms of Regulation 6 of the standard. Second point is that to ensure that the limited protections in the standard for plantation forestry apply, it's very important that outstanding natural features and landscapes are identified as such in planning instruments, and that their location is specified, and similarly important that landscapes and features with visual amenity values are identified in district plans, and their location is also identified, because if they're not identified in location identified, the protections in the standard will not apply. Third point is that which policy statement or plan does that identification can impact upon whether impacts on outstanding natural features and landscapes will be relevant, where there's restricted discretionary activity status, and that generally, well, not generally, that if the identification happens at district plan level, the effect on outstanding natural landscapes and features where relevant is always going to be a discretionary factor for those restricted discretionary resource consents. So that's the National Environmental Standard, plantation forestry. Turning to how all of that applies to the regional policy statement itself. Policy 1 provides that the areas and the values of outstanding and highly valued natural features and landscapes are to be identified. That's in accordance with the case law. Requiring that identification to happen will ensure that the limited protections in the National Environmental Standard for plantation forestry apply, subject to any more restrictive provisions in the plans themselves. Policy 1 also requires identification of the capacity of natural features and landscapes to absorb use and development while protecting or maintaining the values that contribute to the feature or landscape being either outstanding or highly valued. That's or to put it differently, in terms of king salmon, you would see this as something which seeks to assess what's appropriate by reference to that which is to be protected, i.e. the outstanding feature or landscape, and to do that by reference to the values. If I can just interrupt myself here, just to stress that the reference to the values of the feature or landscape is really important here, and it's an approach which, well, A, it's in accord with the case law, and B, you only need to look at the environmental standard we've just been looking at for an example of where that's done in a national direction instrument. Similarly, the NZCPS, for example, refers to protecting outstanding features and landscapes by reference to their values. That's the accepted way of doing it. And the reason why you do it that way is simply that to protect the specialness or the outstandingness of something, you have to know what it is that makes it special or outstanding. The concept of assessing the capacity to absorb change is simply a tool to do that, providing some plan level guidance rather than having that exercise happen time and time again in consent applications. That's been criticised by some as being a maximum permissible harm policy. It's not. To look at it that way confuses change or confuses use and development with harm. The point of it and the way it's expressed is that what's being identified is what can be done without causing harm to the relevant values. So it's not about how much harm we can do, it's about what we can do without causing harm to the values that make something special. Policy 3 provides for maintenance or enhancement of highly valued natural landscapes by avoiding significant adverse effects on the values of those landscapes and features, and avoiding remedying or mitigating other adverse effects. And I just note in that regard that the standard contemplates that this may include plan provisions restricting plantation forestry activity in those areas. Policy 5 deals specifically with wild and conifer risk, and the way it does that is that it confines the avoidance of planting and replanting to areas identified as outstanding natural features and landscapes, and it confines buffer zones to those which are necessary to protect outstanding natural features and landscapes. And by expressing itself in that way, it stays well within the scope of what's permissible in terms of an increased stringency under Regulation 6 of the standard. And the final point is that method 1, I think I mentioned this earlier, has the identification of these areas happening in district plans, which relates to the slight distinction in the standard, and avoids the almost lottery of whether, in terms of the standard, effects on outstanding natural landscapes and features will be taken into account for a restricted discretionary activity application. With identification of district plans, that will always be the case. So those are my submissions. Mr. McLennan is the 42A report writer, and I will call him after answering any questions. I know I've referred to him as the 42A report writer for the hazards chapter, which is entirely correct, but not hugely relevant here. There's also the 42A report writer for this chapter, and now you can see that I cut and pasted the conclusion.
Thank you for the honesty, Mr. Adams. And, there may be some questions from Mr. Keating.
Thanks, Mr. Anderson. The only question I really had from the legal perspective is, and you say in your paragraph 45, you identify the outstanding and highly valued natural features. In 46, this is an important case law. The case that you're attached, I'm just wondering what it says about the highly valued landscapes, traditionally the section 7, because that's not a mandatory thing to do under the Act as such. Councils do it, but there are other ways to address the amenity value. So I haven't had a chance to read what Judge Hassan said there about those. Was it just in a general context, if you are going to identify these things, these are the things you need to look at?
Yes is the short answer. Leaves you concept that there could be other ways that you could deal with highly valued landscapes and features. In the case I've attached, two were dealt with together and in a similar way when it came to identification. But if, in terms of the environmental standard, the only way that those areas will be considered visual amenity landscapes is if they are identified in the plans and they do have their location specified, and they need to be identified as having relevant values.
Yeah, that's where I was going to get to next, because there are plans that don't have amenity landscapes, so they run the risk with the concern of permanent, which doesn't actually cover, I guess, is not covered by the National Environmental Standard, but is it going to be, I heard, the permanent forest, carbon forestry? Is that going to be covered by the NES soon or not?
Oh, I don't know the answer to that. So.
Not sure. Because that's how, maybe a better question for Andrew, how controlled activity status actually helps you in an amenity. If it's landscape and you're going to plant trees, you have to grant consent. How does that actually help? And we can't do anything about that here, but well, it's kind of bizarre. It might lead to people identifying things as maybe outstanding when they're not, to try and get around that.
Well, I think you're right. The protection, well, it's one example of protections in the standard plantation forestry that's, well, it's illusory, really. because as you say, you have to give consent, and so it's difficult to see how your controls are going to make any meaningful effect, because the bottom line is that the trees are going to be planted.
Yeah, just trying to think of, Andrew may be able to help some practical examples around that, but I don't see how you could actually achieve your end goal through that process.
No.
No, that's all I had. Thank you.
I'm forever intrigued by this word values. And I'm tempted to ask sometimes, whose values, and how do you measure some of these values? And I'm thinking in particular, I suppose, of what we loosely refer to as cultural values in this context. I prefer to use tikanga values or words like that. But that in raising this, I'm assuming that a lot of this is not actually new. We're looking at a revised, because it must have come up under the present regime already. And I suppose I'm thinking in particular of kaitahu values in this context, and whether those are sufficiently covered or managed, or whatever the word is, and what the revised regional policy statements can add to the existing situation. Because there have to be some. I can't think. I mean, for example, I think of Nohuanga. It's a physical place, I suppose, and then there are things that are attached to that have intrinsic values to kaitahu that may not be recognised or acknowledged by others. And
Well, you're absolutely right. And that, the values that attach to features and landscapes, it's a topic which is inherently subjective.
yes,
And that when you look at something, when I look at something, or we go to something, the values we attach are going to be different. The law here is attempting to provide some objectivity, and the tool of specifying relevant values in a plan or policy statement, and there's at 9 here, which lists various criteria, is an attempt to get that objectivity, and to avoid everything being in the eye of the beholder. Whether kaitahu values are significantly recognised or not, I guess is not a matter of law, or a matter that I'm able to answer. But I do note that in the existing Act 9, item K includes cultural and spiritual values for kaitahu identified by workers as far as practicable in accordance with tikanga Māori, including their expression as cultural landscapes and features, which is pretty broad. So this will hear from kaitahu as to whether that's...
yeah, no, I was, yeah, but I mean, I read, I've gone through and I was thinking, well, there's what else? There's often some things are not necessarily grasped, by the neck or whatever, and if we're looking to come up with a policy statement that's going to be objective, as you put it, and I don't know the answer. I'm not even sure I know what the real question is, but there's something in the back of my mind that says, this is one of those opportunities where you can be a bit more objective. You can focus more clearly on like for instance, a visual amenity landscape is in a cultural context. It may quite be different, you know, to the definition that would be used. Yeah.
Well, here's a comment that it is an attempt to put some parameters around that, so we're not asking the same question at a high conceptual level every time there's a consent application. It's more than just looking at something and saying, well, crikey, that's a big mountain, or that's particularly nice to look at. The values go far beyond that, and then one aspect is like tikanga Māori. I don't think I've got more to say on that.
Yeah. No. What I'm saying is this is kind of nagging thing in my mind. It's just, you know, I haven't looked at it closely enough yet. I mean, I look at what you've done here and I say, yeah, I can see where everything's headed. And I'm just, I guess, in a nutshell, I'm just hoping that cultural values aren't left out of the equation or left behind, or just kind of almost accepted as being understood, when I think history tells us that often they aren't. They don't get, they get left behind or they get left out. And I'm just I mean, I'll raise it again with Kaitahu themselves, but I was just looking at it from your perspective. I mean, it's I mean, these are tools that you provide for people to act on.
Well, actually, I do feel comment that say those you can tell me something.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna, I think it might be helpful. So in the supplementary standard, that old supplementary statement I'm going to hand out shortly, there's some new landscape guidelines that have been created by the NZILA, the Landscape Association. Basically, it's called Te Tangiati Manu, which some submitters have sought those classifications or the identification criteria be included within the RPS, and it's fair to say that has a stronger weight towards that cultural lens.
Yeah.
And so in the associative attributes, you'll see it in front of you soon, but there's a lot more, I guess, as to how those parts of cultural landscapes are identified. So I think you've kind of picked up on what the landscape guidelines have already done. So hopefully there's a bit of an answer to your question in those. And you'll see that shortly, I guess.
I mean, it kind of begs the question, I think, for a layperson as to what is an amenity value, for example. You know, I mean, what are you saying? If it's not in a regional plan or district plan, it doesn't kind of get picked up. And I'm just like, I guess I'm just conscious of the need to not lose sight of some of these things. Yeah, that's what I had. Thanks. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Anderson. This is probably following on from Commissioner Cubitt's question, I suppose. Given that values are subjective, and we've got a distinction that needs to be made to implement the chapter here around outstanding and highly valued, is there? And I know Commissioner Cubitt asked if there was any guidance in the case you've attached here. If that's not the case, is there anywhere else? I mean, I suppose I'm, and one of the questions I've got for Mr. McLennan is kind of around, are we going far enough in here to provide some guidance? Because I could just sort of see that distinction between outstanding and highly valued is going to be quite subjective and depends who you ask. And we don't have any sort of guidance in here around how to make that distinction. Is that something that, I mean, are you aware if that's come up in any cases, or is there any assistance you can provide us?
Well, yes to assistance and no to the specific point coming up in case law. There's a lot of case law on what it means to be outstanding, and the lead case, I think, is Man of War Station, which is cited as the authority for some of the propositions at paragraphs 4, 5, 6, and so on. The distinction between outstanding and highly valued, a cop out to say question of degree, but in terms of the law, you've got section 6b, there's case law on what it means to be outstanding. Highly valued in that context is a regional or district council saying, well, in addition to that, there are some other things that we, that has great value attached to it, but doesn't quite meet the threshold for outstanding. So in terms of guidance from case law to undertake that exercise, the guidance would be, this is what the courts have said it means to be outstanding, and to be fair, it's a bit like me saying you to protect something you've got to identify the values, otherwise you don't know how to protect it. That's fine as a logical or a conceptual proposition, but it still leaves the very difficult task of actually identifying what those values are. And when you look at the case law, you'll see statements like being essentially a factual assessment, or being unique to each landscape and feature you look at. And so it's actually very hard to provide any clear direction on, well, here's a line, and if you're above it, you're outstanding, and if you're below it, you're highly valued. Another line, if you're below that, you're just out the door. Because the sorts of values and the sorts of reasons we're talking about for categorizing something as outstanding, or in this case, highly valued, are not things that lend themselves to some kind of numerical scoring, or preparing a spreadsheet where you just plug everything in and it spits out a number at the end. So the specific point, should this policy statement somehow provide you with clear direction on the distinction, my answer would be, I don't think you can. I think the most helpful you can be is to try to identify what relevant values are. But beyond that, it's a qualitative assessment for relevant experts.
Yeah, no, thank you. I thought that would be the answer. Yes. Thanks.
Yeah, I must say what troubles me a bit at the moment about Appendix 9, and doubts Mr. McKenna might be addressing it too, is that combination of in the title, identification criteria for outstanding and highly valued natural features and landscapes without any differentiation. And you've been good enough to draw our attention to the definition of amenity values in the Act as being those physical quality, natural or physical qualities and characteristics that contribute to people's appreciation of its pleasantness, aesthetic coherence, and cultural and recreational attributes. All of which, when you look through the Appendix 9, are really picked up in Appendix 9. And it just then becomes a question of how on earth do you deal with that question of degree, or how an expert deals with that question of degree that removed from an appreciation in terms of Appendix 9 of pleasantness, aesthetic coherence, cultural, recreational attributes that are actually outstanding. It's really just that degree issue, isn't it?
I think so, and I don't think there is any way to provide
more clarity.
any more clarity than that, beyond identifying what the relevant values are.
I did have a few question marks as you were going through, but thank you, by the way, for taking us through that NESPF, because it's one of the most appallingly drafted documents. And I was delighted with your honesty in saying that you can't work out the calculator because I can't. And, I wondered, have you ever seen it apply or not?
No, I haven't yet seen it applied.
No. And does radiata score over 12? Do you know?
I don't know, sorry.
Right.
Complete black box to me.
Sorry?
It's complete black box to me.
Yeah, depends on location, depends on qubit, so. Yeah. And just on that issue of the controlled activity status in the NSPF for amenity value assessment, I suppose you could imagine conditions that might restrict radiata, for example, being on skylines or close to skylines. You could have conditions of that nature, or presumably within gullies that might be affecting when no push is likely to occur. But as Mr. Cubitt said, that if you think of the Queenstown Lakes situation, we're told 95% of the higher, I think possibly even than that, is ONL or ONF. And if you've got to give a consent because of controlled activity status, what's being achieved?
Well, I think the answer is not much. And I think the protection, and in fact, many of the protective elements in the NES PF is illusory. And there are other examples of that. For example, the eradication requirement, which has very limited application to start with and only applies on the forest zone land. So I think any meaningful protections, especially for outstanding natural landscapes and features, needs to be in the policy statement and plan regime.
Yeah, I'm glad you drew attention to the erosion mapping, because my recollection from Marlborough in terms of the Marlborough Sounds was that the erosion mapping should have covered all the sounds, it all mostly being a Canterbury type soil that was very highly prone for erosion, as the recent events a couple about 18 months ago it showed, but in fact very little is shown as erosion prone on the NSPF mapping. What's the situation down here in Otago? I haven't looked at it closely. Alan Cubitt will obviously draw attention to it and with his knowledge of it, but how accurate is that mapping regarded in Otago?
I don't know, sorry.
Right. Okay. We'll have a look at that. All right. Look, thank you very much. And once again, Mr. Anderson, the advantage of having you is that you make things so clear. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I mean that genuinely. Thank you. Right, Mr. McKenna.
Good morning. So I'm the reporting officer for Chapter 14, Natural Features and Landscapes. I've prepared an opening statement, and attached is an appendix with some updated changes to the chapter. So I'll briefly take you through the opening statement and leave plenty of time for questions. You would have, I'm sure, read the first page 3 times already now, so I can skip you to paragraph 7. In my view, the outstanding issues associated with this chapter can largely be grouped into 5 main themes: amendments to the objective, NFL 01, amendments to policy 1 and 2, amendments to policy 3, links to the coastal environment chapter, and amendments to APP 9 to reflect Te Tangi Manu. There's also a range of more discrete issues raised in the events, including references to the EIT chapter and minor amendments to P4. Returning to the objective, NFL 01 Several submitters seek amendments to this objective, seeking reference to inappropriate subdivision use and development, deletion of subclause 3 related to restoration, redrafting of the structure of the objective, and reframe the objective to enable appropriate use and development of ONLs and highly valued landscapes. I agree with the submitters who consider the language of the objective should be amended to better reflect the language within section 6 of the RMA, and those changes are set out in Appendix 1. I disagree with the submitters who suggest that the addition of clause 3 could be interpreted as requiring the restoration of ONLs and ONFs in every circumstance. In my view, limb 3 of this objective needs to be read in conjunction with policy 4, which is a policy that gives effect to this part of the objective. When read together, I consider it's clear that the restoration of ONLs and Fs is promoted where natural values have been reduced or lost. As such, I disagree any amendments are required. It's very helpful to note at this point that I don't think myself and the submitters have any, or we're aligned in the fact that we think P4 is the way we get to the end point, being that the action sought is to promote restoration where values are degraded. The difference in opinion comes as to whether that needs to be included in the objective or not. Some submitters consider that the protection arm of that objective allows or provides for that restoration. I'm of a view that protection is slightly different from restoration, and so that's why I'm still supporting the inclusion of this limb in the objective. But I guess in a general sense, the outcomes that we're proposing between myself and the submitters are the same. So I guess it's, yeah, the difference is whether we need this limb or not. Turning to paragraph 12 and the amendments to NFL P1 and P2. Several parties seek amendments to the concept of landscape capacity set out within policy 1 and policy 2. These concerns relate to the costs, resources, time required to reliably identify landscape capacity across the Otago region, the capacity to absorb change approach being inconsistent with section 6B of the RMA, as it may promote the maximum possible harm, and additional references to landscape values within P2. I agree in part with Mr. Brown for Nunkadrona Station that the reference to limited within the NFL P2 will create implementation issues, as every landscape will have a limited capacity to absorb change to a greater or lesser degree. I consider it would be more appropriate that limited be replaced with little, which would better reflect the intent of the policy. I note that including a reference to little capacity to absorb change aligns with policy 3331 of the Queenstown Lakes proposed district plan, which is the result of a recent Environment Court decision, which Mr. Anderson has provided you an excerpt from. I've also suggested a number of minor amendments to improve the readability of P1 as set out in Appendix 1. Mr. Devlin for Glen Panel Limited has also correctly raised within his evidence that my supplementary evidence had two separate versions of the chapeau to P2. So to clarify, I support the addition of from inappropriate subdivision use and development as set out in, that should be paragraph 14 of my supplementary evidence. I agree that the chapeau in paragraph should be 21 of my supplementary evidence is incorrect, and so the correct change is reflected in the appendix. Moving to policy 3, several submitters have sought amendments to remove P3. The key criticisms are the drafting sets a too high bar for section 7 landscapes. There's no defining characteristics to distinguish between NFL, ONLs and highly valued landscapes within the appendix, and that the RPS relax rationale is for identifying highly valued landscapes. I retain the position set out in my section 42 report. I consider that using the same criteria for identifying ONLs and ONFs and highly valued landscapes is common within district plans. I note that highly valued landscapes and significant natural landscapes have been identified both within the Queenstown Lakes PDP and the 2GP for DCC, and both of those have used a similar appendix, a similar criteria to APP9 to identify both of those landscapes. In terms of links to other parts of the plan, Mr. Barkett for Kaitahu and Mr. Callahan for Port Otago consider the application of the NFL provisions in the coastal environment remains uncertain. And I agree in part with these concerns. In my supplementary evidence, I included amendments to P1, P2, P3, and P6 to confirm that the provisions in the NFL chapter don't apply to natural features, landscapes in the coastal environment because they have their own separate regime. I agree that further amendments are required to the objective P4, P5, and P6 to confirm these provisions don't apply in the coastal environment. So those are set out in Appendix 1. In terms of the amendments to APP9, Mr. Coombs for contact and styles for Manawa Energy seek further changes to align APP9 with the Te Tangata Manu Aotearoa New Zealand Landscape Assessment Guidelines. In my supplementary evidence, I recommended amending the APP9 to broadly capture the intent of the appendix of the new NZLIA guidelines rather than replacing them. However, I now agree in principle with Mr. Coombs and Ms. Stiles that APP9 should be aligned with Te Tangata Manu. However, I'm mindful that several district councils have gone through considerable effort to identify ONLs and highly valued landscapes in accordance with the criteria, which is largely aligned with APP9. Therefore, if the hearing panel were supportive of updating APP9 to fully align with the NZLIA guidelines, I consider that the direction within the methods, and probably method 1, would also need to be amended to ensure territorial authorities are not required to remap recently identified landscapes. So I included 2 options in the appendix, one which is the APP9 and another is the version that aligns with Te Tangata Manu. The last few paragraphs, Ms. McLeod for Transpower has suggested including a reference in P3 to the landscape chapter, to the energy and infrastructure chapter for consistency with P2. As currently drafted, the infrastructure chapter P13 does not include a cross-reference or relate to the highly valued landscapes. So if I was to include a cross-reference, that would leave highly valued landscapes in a situation where they're not managed by either the EFL chapter or the EIT chapter. So I disagree that that amendment is required, but if there was changes to the EIT chapter, then I'd be supportive of that addition. And finally, Mr. Farrell for Trojan and Wayfair has suggested an addition to P4 to emphasise the restoration of natural values in these areas, emphasise the restoration of natural values in these areas. And so I've supported that suggestion. And that's me for an opening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thanks, Andrew. Probably just 3 points. I guess I'll just base it on your opening statement because you pick up the 3 points. The first one being the restoration issue. So on the face of it, if you're an outstanding landscape, what do you need restored for start, I guess?
Yeah.
I think some people have raised that. I'm trying to understand the context of outstanding landscape. So generally, my experience, it's more of an enhancement thing, and it's when someone comes to want to do something in that environment, they promote this enhancement, restoration to actually get consent or make the pathway easier.
Yeah.
Is that the thinking behind the restoration element of this?
Yeah, I guess my understanding of ONLs and ONFs is that even within an ONL or an ONF, there's matters of degree of naturalness within those. So for an example, the Remarkables or someone like that, which is obviously highly natural, and then the foothills are so below that it's probably still within that ONL classification, but has been modified for farming or whatever else. And so in those situations, you could promote restoring some of those, whether restore or enhance is a better word. I'm probably not sure. I might have to think about that for a reply. But yeah, that's the intention, is that there is grades of naturalness, I guess, within an ONL classification. And so within those areas where you could restore or do something to improve the naturalness of those, that's what it was trying to get at.
We're dealing with pretty big areas here, so how practical that is. I know, the policy is about promoting that, so how that may come first. But it does also apply to the next issue, is your highly valued landscape. And like you say, that's generally rural land. And we're going to hear probably start tomorrow, how farmers are getting it from all angles. And that's just another layer. So my question around that, you do say that a lot of district planners do have identified those, but is it really a regional issue to require, because seems to be mandatory here, to require the identification of those sorts of landscapes? Because I know some, well, in Otago, for example, well, probably all of the rural plans have standards, because you say that this approach is the only way to give effect to Section 7C or whatever it is. Well, if you look at that in a Section 32 sense and where that could be applied across New Zealand's a reasonably pretty country, there's a lot of cost involved in that potentially. Where there are other options which are adopted by councils, that your standard maintain and enhance rural character and amenity, just in the policies, leaving aside the issue that Mr. Anderson raised, which is very valid in terms of the forestry regulation. I'm not sure how that helps, probably anyway, given the way that's drafted. So, I just question where the bar is set for that, given it is avoid significant adverse effects. And when I think about some of the landscapes that may be targeted with this, they are rural working landscapes. When you've got everything else coming on top of that, then you've got and I know it's only promoted there, but that's used, that will drop down to lower water plans, and that'll be used as a trigger for various conditions around landscapes. Your view on how it works really at a district plan level, when is it something a regional council should get involved in? Because you've kind of identified in here that this work's largely been done. So why do we need to go so far in a regional policy sense?
So I guess
That was a long statement.
No, I understand where you're coming from. I do understand where you're coming from. And I guess in the situations that I referred to, so for example, in Queenstown Lakes, as the chair mentioned, that 97% of its ONL, the highly valued landscapes are basically Hawkesbury Basin. And so most of that outside of the urban areas is identified as Section 7 landscape, largely, and it's, as you say, working farm environment, but it's a basin surrounded by ONLs. And so there is, I guess, by association, a level of kind of amenity within that. And so that, for example, has been identified as a Section 7 landscape, as a highly valued landscape, using similar criteria. And obviously the restrictions are different for that than they are for ONLs. In the DCC context, I know that they have got some significant landscapes identified, often near ONLs, I think, in terms of there's a prominent ridgeline or something, and there might be sort of a foothill below it that would be identified as significant as well, because it's part of that catchment, that visual catchment. So that's kind of where I've seen them used in district plans. And obviously the rules associated with those are different for those different circumstances between ONLs and highly valued landscapes. You're right that this is not the only way to give effect to Section 7. You can have ridgeline protection areas, or you can have other kind of tools within your rural chapter, for example, to do a similar thing. This, I guess, firstly, this is the way that the current plan has done it. So the 19 version of the RPS has very similar provisions to this. And so this is essentially a rollover of that. And as Mr. Anderson suggested, this is one way of protecting those amenity landscapes. It's to identify where they are and what those values, so that then you can protect those. But it's not the only way. I agree.
Although it seems to be that you have to identify them under this.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And some of the submitters are saying, well, it should just be, because it's, and it's a question I should ask Mr. Anderson, actually, which he can jump in if he wants. Because I think they were referring to case law with section 6 stuff. That's a void, significant adverse effects or adverse effects in the first instance, and then you drop down. Whereas the section 7.1 case law saying it really should be just avoid remedy mitigate. I was wondering if that Queenstown case sort of got into that, but is there, that's probably where Bianca was sort of key as well, because I think submitters have raised that the bar is a little too high for the section 7 landscapes compared to what's come through on case law.
Yeah, I can certainly check. I know that the Queenstown example will have policy direction on that. And I'm pretty sure it's largely aligned with this in terms of it's a lot of the Queenstown is
probably
is
not that
protect
helpful.
O&L sort of thing, and then maintain. So I guess it's those are the two kind of the overarching intent is you protect the O&Ls and then you maintain and enhance the highly valued. So it's and then the how you do it is within the limbs below.
Yeah.
So and that's what's been incorporated into Queenstown. I'm not sure about the 2GP as to whether they have something similar or not, but
Yeah, I don't know if Queenstown's useful because it is pretty much significant, all of it.
yeah,
Whereas
yeah.
we're using that to set an example or set the standard where that's probably where my question was. Is that appropriate? Because there's large areas of target that are just rural working landscapes.
Yeah.
And that's going to, again, another layer coming over on the rural sector that is it necessary or justified in section 32?
Yeah, and I guess that comes down to how you identify them as well. And in the 2GP example, I don't think that they're very prevalent geographically. And maybe I could have a look at that in the reply to try and give you a bit of worked example of how it might look in terms of area covered or something like that, just to try and give you a bit of a sense of it. But my impression is that they're not large swathes of rural environment. It's usually associated with an O&L feature, and it's kind of the periphery that doesn't quite go. You get the O&L, is the nice thing, and then as you move away, drawing that line can be kind of a grey area, and so often that's where an amenity landscape is kind of fills the gap between the edge of an O&L and a rural environment.
Yeah. Well, in terms of identifying those things, we've just had a discussion around APP9. Now you included another option there. I'm assuming the second page is reflecting the new landscape guidelines. Is it?
That's right. Yeah.
I had a chance to go through there and see what the difference is, but and again, it's a matter of fact, really. Your suggestion about if that was incorporated into the RPS, that those who've already gone through this process don't need to redo it. I'm thinking that they're probably close enough to actually there wouldn't be much difference if they did.
Yeah, that's right. And that's why in my supplementary statement, I included one or two extra bits, and I thought that sort of covered the scope of the new guidelines. And I appreciate that, there's people want to see the full guidelines being included, because although they cover a lot of the same stuff, they do get into a lot more detail on some of that stuff. So arguably you get a better understanding of what you're trying to identify when you have a little bit more specificity. And it's something that's, I guess, being rolled out nationally. So although it's guidance material, it's, I guess, best practice guidance material. So, yeah.
Well, when you look at them, every landscape got those elements. As we've just discussed, it's a matter of how important they are.
That's right.
And as Mr. Anderson said, it's very difficult to how we express that in a document. I look at some of those things. In your original amendment, you've got land use, including settlements, buildings and structures. And then you go over to the new one, you've got land use, vegetable patterns, roads and circulations, buildings. It's pretty much everything. I'm not sure where it actually takes us. But in recreational values, and then is that actually a landscape value? sounds and smells. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of subjectivity to this.
I know, and that's what I meant. So I think I come back to the original question as well. You have to be very careful about how far we go with landscape things. If you're starting to get into mandatory requirement of identifying amenity values, there are other ways of doing it.
Yeah, in the Queensland example, there wasn't a lot of debate as to whether something was an ONL or a highly valued landscape. The debate was on what the values associated with each of those two categories of things. So if you're talking about this particular ONL, what are the values that are important in the end? But there wasn't, as far as I can remember, much on the discussion about should this be a ONL or should this be a highly valued landscape. So I think in planning terms, it's subjective, but I think if I had a landscape architect sitting here beside me, they would say that it's been worked through for a long time through case law and stuff now, that they do have a pretty good process of understanding where these things are, just like they have a good understanding of where the coastal environmental line should be and other things. So although it seems subjective to people who aren't landscape architects, I would imagine landscape architects would say it's less subjective than you think, because we are using these cases and case law to determine consistently what as best you can consistently.
Yeah, well, I've been in a lot of hearings from landscape architects don't agree.
Yeah.
We're going to have Mr. Degnan probably appear today and tell us that in Queenstown it was actually a case of identifying what wasn't outstanding. So it is a different case, Queenstown. Yep. Okay, thank you for that.
I'm going to refer to your paragraphs 18 and 19 only. But I see where coastal environment stuff's going to be picked up under the coastal environment chapter P6 there, so that's fine. I've looked at your index. So that's okay. And then if I come to M1, method 1, the 2A addition there, the thing that you referred to earlier on, the collaboration with Ngaitahi. And it's footnoted to Ngaitahi Murihiku. Is that because you've talked to them about it, or is that their suggestion for addition?
I think that would have come in their submission.
Footnote 21.
Yeah, so that would have been their submission on that.
Okay, which you're happy with and you've had in this.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And I see where it's kind of followed up a wee bit in the principles section, PR1, where you refer to natural features and that also has significant cultural values for Kaitahi there as well. So you'd link those together.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Cool. No, that's good. I just want to be clear that I understood what was happening here. Thanks, Lon.
Yeah, thank you. Just some questions from me. So Te Tangia Te Manu, the guidelines, are they, a couple of questions on them, are they for outstanding natural landscapes only, or are they also for highly valued?
They're for highly valued as well. So they have some references within the actual guidelines to the quality and quality of the environment and amenity values in section 7. So I understand that to be used for both, but the main focus of those guidelines is ONLs and ONMs, where they do include references to section 7.
And I presume they're for consenting and plans, or do they have a primary purpose for plans?
No, I understand they're for consenting and for plans. I guess that the hope is that going through this process of identifying values and specifying what those are, then you have a good baseline for that consent. Because, you know, if I'm in landscape X, I know the values are Y. And so then that's your starting point. And obviously, if you're looking at a paddock, within that environment, you might have to go to a slightly more fine-grained assessment to understand whether you're going to have effects or not. But yeah, the intention is that you use the same criteria to then assess that, but based on a starting point of knowing what those values are at the regional or district scale.
Yeah, and I understand that those guidelines were a long time in development. If we were to stick with something more akin to what was in the proposed RPS, would it likely get through to, you know, we'd have landscapes identified in accordance with Appendix 9 through district plans? Would it likely get to a point in a consent hearing where they'd still actually have to be assessing the landscape against, or landscape impacts against those guidelines? I'm just wondering if there'd be a situation when you get down to a sort of consent hearing where there could be debate between what's in Appendix 9 versus the guidelines, and are we creating a problem if we don't go there, I suppose, is what the question is.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, I think that they're largely the same in terms of the three categories they list and then what's in each of those, but one going a bit further into sort of specifying that a bit more. So I think there's a pretty low risk that you would sort of pit one against the other and say this would be this under this, and under APP 9 you wouldn't be an ONL, and under the T182 the new guidelines you would be. I think it's more that this is probably something that landscape architects are going to be using throughout the country now, and so that might make it a bit smoother maybe if you have that in there, because it's, I guess, going to hopefully be a bit more consistent. But I don't think there's a huge risk if you do one or the other that you're going to get vastly different outcomes.
Yeah. There's enough similarity that it's
Exactly.
that it's not going to create too much of an issue. Okay. Just coming back to that objective 1 and limb 3 again. I mean, my understanding from the evidence was that the issue really was that objective 1 essentially requires the restoration given the words results in, whereas P4 is about promoting. I mean, do you have a sort of response to that?
Yeah, I've gone around and around in my head on do I need this limb? Should there be where necessary or where appropriate in there, or something to soften the language so that it doesn't read in every circumstance restoration is required? Because that's not what I'm promoting as an outcome. As I say, when I read that limb with the policy, the way the policy is drafted is what I think is the intention, and so I read those two together to try and get the outcome. But I haven't found a clever enough word that I liked enough to include in that limb. And the other way I was looking at it is, do I need that limb at all? Because some people have sought just a complete removal. And that's where I was struggling with that concept as well, because if there's no restoration within the objective, is it included within protection or not? And so is that policy kind of hanging there without some sort of objective guidance? So I don't know if I've got it completely right. It's been circling in my mind as to what is the right outcome, or what is the right words to kind of achieve what I think is the right outcome.
Yeah, I can certainly see the challenge in there, and I suppose it concerns me a little bit if the interpretation of the objective is defined by policy.
Yeah,
I suppose that's what makes me a little bit
tail leading the dog,
a little bit
wagging the dog.
uncomfortable. Yeah. So possibly the challenge is trying to find some wording that actually that aligns better with the intent.
Yeah, I mean, the Natural and Built Environment Act, which obviously is still up for debate and things, had restoration where necessary, and used those words. I'm not sure whether that was one of its outcome statements, I think. So whether those are the right words, I'm not sure. That was in and then was out, where appropriate was in and out. So yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I haven't found the best word yet for picking that up.
Oh, we can think about it too. I'll just see, I think most of my other questions have been covered off. Yeah, I suppose the only other, and this has been touched on as well, is the sort of distinction between the coastal environment chapter and this chapter, and thank you for addressing that in your opening, because that was something that I did have some concerns about. Are you comfortable that the matters, you know, where we exclude all these points from consideration in the coastal environment chapter, that they're adequately dealt with in there? That's something I haven't gone back and done a kind of check, and I'm particularly thinking around, you know, the likes of wild and conifers and other things where the coastal environment could, in some instances, is going to stretch a wee way inland.
Mm-hmm.
Are you comfortable that all those matters are actually covered off in the coastal environment chapter, and we're not going to be creating a bit of a hole here?
Yeah, and I am. And I think that the way the NZCPS is drafted, outstanding landscapes identified within those have quite strict tests. So within the coastal environment, it's avoid adverse effects for ONLs, and for all other areas, it's avoid significant adverse effects. So it's already got those two tests in there. So it doesn't go to the extent of saying reduce the impact of wild and conifers and ONLs, but it has a avoid adverse effects limb in there, which is really directive. So yeah, I am comfortable that the coastal chapter does pick up on all of these things.
Yeah, so maybe not quite as specifically as we've
That's
got
right.
in this chapter, but it's
Yeah,
it's there to be applied.
that's right.
Yeah.
And I guess just on the wild and conifers policy, because I know this policy was discussed at the biodiversity hearing. I've been talking to Ms. Boyd, who you'll be hearing from for the rest of the week, on the land and freshwater chapter, and she's thinking about a wilding pine or wilding tree policy that would supersede the NFL one and the eco one and be more general across the rural environment. And so I guess we're still working through what exactly that would look like. I think she, in her opening statement, has got some suggested wording, which would go beyond what's in here, because this is obviously just for ONLs and highly valued landscapes. But yeah, I guess that's something we're still working on across the chapters, is having that consistency between the eco chapter, the freshwater chapter, land and freshwater chapter, and the landscapes chapter. And so there might still be something coming probably tomorrow for you to consider in that space.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you. That's all from me.
Well, if it doesn't come tomorrow, I'd certainly be very keen to see you and Ms. Boyd having a re-look at the very point that Bianca Sullivan just made. It seems to me there's an argument gap about the PORPS at the moment in terms of wilding pine issues, or wild conifers, whatever term you want to use, in the coastal environment. And given now the approach taken, you've taken in this chapter, that becomes more important. So if it's something that is dealt with by Ms. Boyd through the rest of this week, if you and she could liaise on that and come back at the reply.
Yeah, absolutely.
Important. Thank you. Just on the protection and restoration issue, I'm tempted to go along with your line of thinking. It's very difficult to see how you can protect features that have been reduced or lost. Then what's the point? They're gone. So how can you protect them? It has to be, it would seem to me, logic, it has to be a restoration objective that you need to put in, which then raises that question that you just addressed briefly, that a wording along the lines of the restoration, if appropriate, would seem to be the opposite. But Alice, you'll respond to that when you've heard everybody else and reply. The other big concern that I just had. It arose really out of the decision that Mr. Anderson's drawn our attention to, that Queenstown one of the, if Mr. Anderson had a copy, or you've got a copy of it available.
Yeah.
Page 39 of that decision, they quote from an earlier staged decision by themselves in paragraph 30. And they say that mapping only assists in identifying the geographic extent of what is thought to be protected. Listing those values that inform why a feature or a landscape is an ONF or ONL is an important further element of setting out what is thought to be protected. And then if you drop down a bit further down that same paragraph, drop down to the next paragraph, paragraph 31, second last sentence, the listing of relevant values, provided is properly informed and expressed, helps plug that gap. As such, scheduling values would assist the ODP to fulfill its protected purposes. And just having read that and then looked at the comparison of the App 9 as notified and as amended as you recommended, and looking at the guidelines from the landscape planners, the rather boggles at what sort of identification you have. And I know just looking at various plans over the years, you'll see on the overlays, usually in relation to ONLs, ONFs, you'll see, you know, a number and a lettering, and sometimes there'll be a lettering of 2 or 3 letters at most.
Mhm.
If you look at that landscape one,
Mhm.
you'd have to, in a huge number of cases, just have a multitude of letters.
Mhm.
And, you know, it just seems to be so complex in comparison with App 9 is notified, because, but I just need to get it clear from you, is that what you're contemplating?
Yes.
That given the sort of direction we're talking about from the Environment Court, that there would be an overlay mapping in the district plan level,
Yeah.
which would have, you know, a number for the area, and then would have a lettering for the relevant identified features that are making, or the attributes that are making, contributing to the values that need to be protected.
Yeah, so often, I think the 2GP is probably a good example where you have the landscape identified, whether it's coastal, Clavely, or whatever it is, and then that links to an appendix. And within the appendix, it would list not necessarily all of the attributes that are listed here, but the ones that would apply, it would be listed in a table in that appendix, and that occurs for every landscape, and that sits in an appendix in the back of the district plan, basically. So when you're attempting or proposing development in that particular area, you would look at that part of the appendix to know what the values are, and then you would, that was, I guess, your starting point for knowing what those values are.
Right.
And that's relatively common across district plans, that you have that sort of table or appendix. I think Marlborough have a similar appendix where they have that sitting in the back of the plan for each of the landscapes. So that's the way I would see it included in district plans.
Yeah. Right. Just your paragraph 23, the only thing of clarification I wanted was, could you just run through what you're meaning there in the second sentence, just so that I've got a clear picture about that?
Yes, yeah. So policy 13 of the infrastructure chapter, which I'm sure was hotly debated, I didn't listen on to much of that,
Yes.
has that cascade of wherever you can, blah, 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 going down. But in that cascade, it doesn't list highly valued landscapes. So it lists ONLs and SNAs and a few other things, but it doesn't have highly valued landscapes in that list.
Right.
So that policy essentially doesn't cater for infrastructure. So if I was to include something similar to policy 2 limb 3, manage adverse effects of infrastructure on the values of outstanding natural landscapes in accordance with P13. If I included something similar in P13, and sorry, in P3 of the NFL chapter, that link to P13 would take you to something that doesn't deal with highly valued landscapes.
Right.
Whereas if, for example, the hearing panel were of a mind to include highly valued landscapes in that policy 13, then that link would make sense to me. But currently, as proposed by the officer, it's not in there. And so that's why I'm not recommending that change. So I guess it's just that consequential thing. If something's added to P13 in the infrastructure chapter, then a similar reference would be appropriate in policy 3. But if it's not included in that P13, then I don't think it needs
Is
to be.
that something that you can discuss with that particular reporting
Mhm.
officer and
Well,
make sure
that's-
that,
Yeah, that's what I have discussed with him, and he isn't promoting highly valued landscapes in P13, which is why I'm not promoting the change now. But if the hearing panel were to say, actually, this needs to be included because submitters have sought that, then that link would also need to be made in P3 as well. So it's,
okay.
Yeah.
Right, thanks. Thank you for that. No, those are all my questions, so thank you very much. And we'll break for morning tea. Sorry, Mr. Busker. We'll start again in quarter of an hour. Thank you. Thank you.
Short statement that Kate's circulating.
You're on your own, Michael.
Sorry,
Are you on your own today?
right again. That's not a bad thing. So starting with objective one, which has had some discussion already this morning, I support the supplementary evidence version of NFL 01, clarifying that restoration of outstanding and highly valued natural features and landscapes is an outcome sought by the policy statement. And just further to some of the conversation this morning, I agree with Mr. McLennan that protection in clause 1, I don't think does cover restoration. And I also note some of the conversation around restoration versus enhancement. And I think in the sense of in my opinion, in the sense of the landscape, enhancement probably does work better, but I think we're a little bit limited by policy 4, which is about restoration. So that's something to ponder, I think. In terms of policy 2, I do not support the supplementary evidence version of policy 2, managing adverse effects on the values of outstanding natural features and landscapes. I disagree a little bit with Mr. Anderson and his legal submissions saying that it, calling it a maximum permissible harm policy conflates change with harm, because this is a policy about adverse effects, so it is allowing for a succession of adverse effects, in my opinion. I don't believe it will be effective in achieving objective 1. I've listed a number of shortcomings with this proposed approach at paragraph 138 of my evidence in chief. And I note some other submitters have also raised some issues with it in evidence. I consider this policy should revert to the notified version, with the relationship between capacity and effects management resolved in lower order plans. Integration with coastal chapter, again, a little bit of discussion on this this morning, and I think I'm comfortable with where it's landing. The only thing I'd note is that I think NFL P6 in the version this morning, natural features and landscapes located within the coastal environment. And then if I see P6, and I just make the point that there are probably other provisions within the CE chapter that are relevant for landscape. So just as a matter of integration, whether that needs to be expanded. I've also recommended changes to APP 9 to clarify the criteria applied in identification of all natural features, landscapes and seascapes in coastal environment, not just outstanding or highly valued ones. There's been a little bit of discussion on APP 9 this morning in relation to Tangi Tamanu. So I'm happy to answer questions on that from I understand the criteria perspective. Here's on that, noting that Maria Bala for Taumana had recommended a change to APP 9, which hasn't made it through in terms of insertion of Waihi Tupuna into those criteria. Māori land, a bit of a deja vu for you in terms of pushing the same proposed approach for dealing Māori land in relation to the Section 6 matter, and I've recommended some drafting to that effect. And lastly, for method 1, I've recommended changes to method 1, clause 2A, to allow for tikaka-based approach to landscape identification and recording, to bring this method in line with similar identification methods, such as Ngāti Whenua and Waihi Tupuna method 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Just on that last bit, I just it's actually a comment, and I'm not sure if you have this section 42A report in front of you, and actually it may not be. Who are you representing today? Ngāi seeking amendments to recognise the use and occupation of the region, etc., etc. That's in paragraph 40 of the section 42A report. And it's really just that general concept about, you may probably read that. So it's about, and it's really about that issue you've just touched on there in the last two paragraphs, that protection under 6B shouldn't frustrate the ability of Ngāi to maintain their relationships with ancestral lands under section 16. I guess it's similar to the issue we considered with the eco chapter, isn't it? How because there's, in relation to the eco chapter, there's actually a use component probably under section 6E. Is that similar in relation to landscapes, or is it more probably spiritual? How do you feel about that landscape? Maybe you should, but can you just give me a bit of an understanding around that? I know Ro will probably ask that question, but he'll be better at it than me. But
No, that's a good question, and I think the answer is yes, there is a difference in viewing of landscape, and I think that's part of what Tony Otamanu is trying to achieve, and where I actually am quite supportive of Mr. McLennan's suggestion in terms of adding, amending APP 9. I've been in a situation before where landscape architects and mana whenua are discussing outstanding natural landscape, but coming at it from totally different perspectives. What to a landscape architect appears as a natural, relatively unrefined landscape, to mana whenua appears as something different, an area that has been used previously, where they have aspiration to use it again for certain purposes. Just looking at it through a completely different lens.
But I think we probably had a discussion earlier in the hearing around Wai Te Puna's on the 2GP and that. Is that sort of what you're thinking would come through into other district plans under this approach?
Do you mean the Waihi Tupuna?
Yeah.
Possibly. I think it's probably something that's still forming, the relationship between section 6E and section 6C. 6C, isn't it?
Yeah, I get confused.
As I think the articulation of 6E changes and grows and gets better recognised in plans, I think certainly that the association between the two is forming. I had a situation early on in talking to Runaka about the proposed RPS and looking at those landscape criteria with the sort of cultural values to kaitahi was one of the suite of assessment criteria, and got the response from several people saying, well, we don't want to be seen as just another tick box exercise, and that's what it looks like. You have that one criteria. So I think that's why I view the potential for change to APP 9 favourably. I think this is something that NZILA have been grappling with and have made a lot of progress on with the Tangi o Te Manu. Just that different lens through which landscape is viewed.
Yeah.
Does that answer the?
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you. Yeah, and I guess in relation to that is the I think you noticed in your evidence in chief 138E around the no definition of capacity. And I'm trying to think how that works at a district plan level, and whether can you define that, because it is actually context dependent, and it's going back to looking at those very broad factors.
The Queenstown plan actually has the definition.
I think I've read that in someone's evidence, as either Mr. Devlin's or Mr. Ferguson's or someone's.
Yes.
But I read it and it didn't really
No,
take me any further.
no, I think that's part of the my issue with it in the NFL P2 is because capacity means different things. I mean, the landscapes across the park for a start are so vastly different, and the pressures on them are so vastly different. So I think to try and slippery heel somewhat. So I could read out the Queenstown definition if you like.
Well, we've got the definition of paragraph 10 of the decision of the Environment Court that Mr. Anderson referred to us. So we've got that before.
I think you're recommending that's today that you should go back to the original P2, which does have that reference to no capacity to absorb change. So I was trying to work out where you sat actually with it. Not the original.
Not the notified version.
Sorry, you're meaning going back to the actual notified version.
Yes. But I'm limited in scope. I'll make that recommendation as well.
But a lot of people have made that recommendation because they probably align with you thinking, well, that should be sorted out at lower plan levels
That's
as to what that means. Yeah, okay, so that's where you're coming from. So I think you used the link the precautionary approach from IMP 6 to that issue, saying that it sort of runs counter to that. Trying to understand how that would apply in the landscape sense. Precautionary approach.
Because I mean, I think what Mr. McLennan is trying to do with this, and I totally understand the rationale and in response to submissions is grapple with that highly problematic issue of cumulative effects on landscape. And I just don't think, and to my mind, this doesn't achieve it. You'd like to see what he set out to do. That's why I sort of bring that reference to a precautionary approach, because I think with this approach you get a chipping away.
Yeah, well, so besides your comment today around the maximum permissible harm thing, isn't this a cumulative effects thing? And this is actually what it is in landscapes. This is where it's really highlighted. Cumulative effects is how much can it absorb, i.e. what capacity does it have? But
and I know from talking to Kato practitioner of the cultural perspective, that's not a favoured approach to allowing for harm from the get-go. It's more looking for what benefits can be achieved. If we allow a bit of chipping away, we'll get to a tipping point.
The word harm is interesting in that context because it's, as we've been discussing, it's quite a subjective thing, landscape. Some people may not think that's harmful in that particular setting. But,
I guess I'm just crudely associating adverse effects, the term adverse effects.
Well, the only other thing was I just noted your comment around restoration. I'd kind of link restoration more with ecological restoration, whereas the landscape is more enhanced, particularly in this scenario where it's obviously, if it's been identified as outstanding, it's already in pretty good shape, surely. So what are you restoring? You can probably enhance, but
at a landscape scale, it might be at a pretty good shape. And of a site specific, you might be dealing with a site specific application where there may be opportunities for enhancement, I think, rather than restoration. Because I think restoration implies going back to something that's probably not going to be able to, you're not going to be able to go back to.
I think that's the point, isn't it? Okay, thank you for that.
What is it, Michael? One of the things I always look at is how easy documents are to read and to follow. And I'm thinking in particular about your paragraph 3 here, the issue around integration between NFL and CE. Chapters where one deals with coastal environments and the other ones doesn't. You know, it kind of runs counterintuitive to my thinking around Kita Kitai or the holistic movement, particularly if you're a non-specialist person coming to document, and you kind of expect to see all these things in the one place, but you've got to look for coastal bits here, and then you've got to go to the non-coastal environment bits in another chapter. I'm wondering where Ngaitahu has landed on that as a sort of a broader issue. I'm not talking about the details, but just as almost presentationally, I guess.
I think I have to go back to our original submission, or the original submission of Kaitahi rather, to look at that. But I think the messaging there was to try and have the provisions that relate to certain topic areas, you know, within those chapters.
Yeah.
But I think where I've sort of pragmatically landed is that the coastal chapter has its NZCPS sitting over it, which provides more stringent tests than are available, or this document makes available elsewhere. Therefore, if we're going to sort of follow that line of, you know, having that coastal chapter dealing specifically with coastal things, and it's probably good to take them out of this, say this chapter, for instance, and just totally deal with it.
And leave it.
Yeah, which isn't ideal, but I think there is no ideal situation here. What we've tried to do is make the coastal chapter a little bit more outward looking without sort of key to key type submissions in that part of the hearing.
Yeah, there's a sort of grey area, isn't it?
It's difficult integration issue across the whole.
Yeah, well, my thinking was along those lines as well. Is there a way? I mean, I was even thinking, well, would there be any harm in just repeating some of that stuff I'm not quite sure how, but what I'm thinking of is, you know, if I could pick up the document and I can see it all in one place, it might be easier to sort of deal with. I'm not quite sure, because I come to your suggested wording here around, you know, that you've just and it, for me, it's kind of in there as well, some of that thinking. No, but if on your page 2 and read at the top there, when I read that.
The issue being, therefore, like we've asked for this in a number of places across the document. And in one place.
Just one word, I know you've already talked about P2 with my colleague Twilight, but you're still of the view that the original version was the one that ought to be used, right?
Yes, my view being also formed by the scope of our submission doesn't allow me to ask for something particularly different either. I'm just responding to what supplementary evidence is.
So is that where things stand at the moment? Has there been any further discussion with Mr. McLennan, for example?
No, unfortunately, and I must, on my hand inside, I probably should have approached Mr. McLennan prior to this hearing, because I know we have done, in relation to hazards, there was some pre-hearing dialogue with them.
Yeah, because I'm thinking along the lines of last week when we were here with Sandra and it was, as I mentioned at the time, it was good to hear that they were still talking and that there was flexibility in being able to meet some make common ground, and that was one of the reasons why I asked that. I mean, as I read it at the moment, it's still hanging in mid-air.
I acknowledge my part in not reaching out to Mr. McLennan. For his part, he was probably busy with the hazards hearing. So.
Yeah, okay. Thanks very much. That's what I have. Thanks. Thank you.
Just picking up, if I can, on you made an oral comment earlier about Maria Bartlett having asked for some changes to Appendix 9. So in terms of that, you would argue that there's scope for this sort of changes that she's raised in Appendix 9. And looking at your observation, oral observation, that the second option had some advantages. Do I just take it from that response that you're saying it has advantages from a Kaitohu viewpoint? In other words, items L to O, you think are advantageous?
Yes.
So another option, a third option, would be, if we accepted that, would be to pick up under physical attributes, item L, and under associated attributes, under Appendix 9, at the end, where it says under K, including their expression as cultural landscapes and features, instead you have a subset of including, and then just pick up M, N, and O as little Roman numbers 1, 2, 3. And would that suit what you're expressing, Kaito?
Yes, I believe it would suit that.
And if we were to do that, rather than tangata whenua, Kaito's preferences for either mana whenua or kaitohu to be used, which of those two?
Probably nothing.
Right. Thank you. The only other question I just wanted to explore with you was this restoration and enhancement issue. Mr. McKinnon, I thought you had quite a triggered my mind and thinking, because Alan Cubitt had raised the issue that some of the, these are big picture issues quite often, particularly in Otago, particularly thinking in terms of the Whakatupu Basin, and then you think of the example Mr. McKinnon gave, say the Remarkables and that stratification you get from outstanding and clearly outstanding. Don't think anybody would challenge that at the top of the ridge line, etc., and then potentially descending down to a farm and a modified setting below. If that modified setting, whether by way of some sort of development proposal on those lower lying edges of that example that he gives, on a broad sweeping basis, or in other locations as a result of tenure review, were reverted back or allowed to revert back. Do you think that there's a distinction on that big broader picture type basis where you allow either plant or allow redevelopment of what would be probably a mix of potentially some beach, some totara, but certainly Matakali initially, on a broad sweeping basis, as contrasted with what might be there at the moment, which might be, cleared land with possibly some shelter belts, something that might be removed. Is that enhancement or is that restoration on that sort of scale?
I think it's enhancement initially, at least initially, because it takes some time for those Indigenous ecosystems to reestablish themselves to what they were before clearance, I guess. So I see it more as an enhancement with a view to restoration.
With a view to restore.
Yes.
Yeah. So
but you may do it. Sorry, but you may do enhancement for different purposes within the landscape in restoration equally.
I mean, I must admit that I would have thought that on that bigger scale, it's less likely to occur by way of human intervention, i.e. you would probably be trying to plant at that sort of scale, but you're allowing a restoration to occur by natural processes. Yeah.
And there are some examples, in particular in the Queenstown Lakes, of huge covenanted areas that are I guess, working their way towards that
Right.
by a combination of the restriction.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pascal. Thank you. Next on the list is chorus, so it's Mr. Hall.
Going online.
Mr. Horn, are you online by any chance?
Hi, can you hear me?
Well, we can see, I think it would be Kirsty Dibley, isn't it?
Good morning.
We can see you now, Mr. Horn. Yeah.
For some reason, my Bluetooth headset isn't working and I'm sharing you with my office. So I'm just trying to resolve my technical difficulties.
Oh, that's delightful to hear from the telecoms man. We can see you, Mr. Horn, but a very small picture at the bottom of the screen.
Excellent.
And Mr. Cantor, the same. We can now see you as a very small picture also. There we are. We can see you all now, so you've solved the problem. Oh, I thought it was Mr. Hall. No, who have we got?
We've got
Oh,
legal.
no, Mr.
submissions.
McCarrison, sorry. You were so small, Mr. McCarrison, that we couldn't see you. And I was thinking that was Mr. Horn. So is Mr. Horn appearing?
Yes, I am.
Oh, we can't quite see you, but we can hear you.
Here
Oh,
we go.
There we go. We're underway. So we're in your hands as to how you run it from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Kirsty Dibley and I'm appearing on behalf of the telecommunication companies this morning. I have with me Mr. McCarrison from Spark, Mr. Cantor from Chorus and Chris Horn, who has provided planning evidence on this topic. We filed some legal submissions on Friday and also a brief short summary from Chris, and I just wanted to check that you have those in front of you.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Today I propose to take you through those submissions sort of at a high level, and then Mr. Horn will take you through the key points from his evidence. Are you comfortable with that approach?
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. So I thought I'd just start at paragraph 1.6 of the legal submissions. So there I set out why it's important that the natural features and landscapes chapter appropriately provide for telecommunications infrastructure. As we've set out before this panel, the telecommunication companies do have the benefit of the national environmental standards for telecommunication facilities, and that does provide for elements of the telecommunications network as permitted activities, but the standards set out that certain types of district plan rules relating to sensitive natural and built environments still apply to some regulated activities, and that includes rules relating to activities in outstanding natural features and landscapes. The Commissioners will be aware that telecommunications infrastructure sometimes needs to be located in sensitive environments, and where that's the case, the telecommunications companies do face some challenges where the relevant planning framework includes strong avoid adverse effects directives with no exception or consenting pathway through those directives for infrastructure. At paragraph 2.1, I set out the benefits of telecommunications infrastructure, but also note that it plays an important role in supporting the ongoing protection of natural features and landscapes. For example, in the corporate evidence, it's discussed that digital connectivity enables services like early environmental sensing for fire detection, but also drone monitoring of these outstanding natural features and landscapes. So it's quite, there are a lot of benefits for some of these areas. The telecommunication company's primary concern in relation to the NFL chapter is that the strong avoidance approach and the notified provisions may end up constraining the ability to locate infrastructure in areas identified as highly or outstanding natural features and landscapes where there is a functional and or operational need for that infrastructure to be located there. At 2.3 of my submissions, I set out the main policy of concern, and that's the policy 2, which, as notified, seeks to protect outstanding natural features and landscapes by avoiding adverse effects and then avoiding, remedying or mitigating other adverse effects. The policy framework in the NFL chapter is notably silent in respect of infrastructure that has a functional or operational need to traverse or locate an outstanding natural features or landscapes, and ultimately that avoidance framework may have the effect of prohibiting or severely limiting the provision of telecommunications infrastructure in those areas. Following pre-hearing discussions, Council's supplementary evidence has recommended that policy P2 be amended by adding clause 3, which then throws the management of adverse effects of infrastructure on the values of outstanding natural features and landscapes to policy EIT INS T13. The telecommunication companies support that amendment on the basis that the definition of regionally significant infrastructure, which we've addressed at the EIT chapter, as recommended by Mr. Langman, is also adopted. The Commissioners will be aware that the change to that definition is required to ensure that policy P13 in the EI chapter provides an alternative effects management pathway for all telecommunications infrastructure in sensitive environments. And finally, at section 3, I summarise the decisions that are requested in the context of this NFL chapter. And in summary, those are that the Commissioners amend the definition of regionally significant infrastructure to refer to telecommunication and radio communication networks. Then secondly, amend policy NFL P2 as recommended by Mr. McLennan in his supplementary evidence. And then I will throw our point on policy NFL P3 to be addressed by Mr. Horn, given some of the discussions that have gone on this morning. Unless you have any questions, I will pass to Chris.
See if there are any questions. I'm not sure there will be. Al, anything?
Oh, just one, thank you, and it is probably a question for Chris as well, but it has been raised today, I think, by Andrew in his opening statement around that recommendation to NFL P3, referring back to the infrastructure P13 policy. That there was some concern there that may not pick up the highly valued landscapes. When I look at that, I've just gone back and looked at it, the wording is a bit different throughout the RPS, but there is a reference in there to areas of high recreational and high amenity value. I guess that probably picks up those highly valued landscapes that aren't outstanding. Would that be your view, or does some amendment need to be made there?
Yeah, look, I might pass to Mr. Horn to address that. I think there would need to be some tweaks to clarify the direct linkage there, and we are aware of those discussions this morning that P13, there is potentially a little bit of a policy gap if amendment P3 it cross-refers to that policy in the EIT chapter, but I might throw, if you're happy with that, to Mr. Horn to address that.
I wasn't sure who was best to answer, but I'm happy for anyone to answer it.
Great.
Am I answering that question, or am I just kicking into my?
Well, you threw you
Look, I'll go out of sequence with what I had down in my notes, but Mr. McLennan's quite right. On the face of it, if you refer NFL P3 back to 13, those terms, which are defined terms, aren't in that policy, so that does feel like a gap that needs to be plugged. That clause H, areas of high recreational, high amenity value, they're section 7 type matters. So they're the same sort of tier of environments as the ones we're talking about in NFLP3. So my view would be H would need to be tweaked to use those other terms so that everyone knew it was covered.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's actually just been an oversight, or whether you guys are actually quite keen on it not being there, so you didn't have to address it at all. But it has been raised, so it's something we have to look at, I think. But no,
personally, I think it's better to front foot it because as it stands, infrastructure subject to NFL P3 without a cross-reference back. And so it doesn't then have that management framework if you can't meet NFL P3. So it's better for infrastructure to be front-footed in INF P13, in my view.
yeah, okay. Thank you. That's all I had. Thanks. And that's all I had for you too, Mr. Horn. Thank you.
Do I need to go through my speaking notes? I know you're a long way behind schedule, or are you happy with everything else?
We're quite confident we'll catch up on the schedule, so don't worry about that. But just, Bianca, did you have any questions for Ms. Dibley?
No.
Right. Ms. Dibley, just before we move back to you, Mr. Horn, Ms. Dibley, just work through for me again. I'm just trying to refresh my memory in relation to the statement that you make at the end of your paragraph 1.6 that the NESTF also provides certain types of district plan rules relating to sensitive natural and built environments, and to give the example of natural features and landscapes still apply to regulated activities.
Mhm.
So just looking at the NESTF, is it the provisions, is it only the provisions of clause 9, subclause 6 that are relevant or not, or are the others?
So I think, Sarah, if I've understood your question correctly, can I point you to Regulation 50, which talks about how the rules relating to outstanding natural features and landscapes apply to regulated activities?
Regulation 15, is it?
50.
Sorry, just bear with me, mate. Oh, yes, yep. No, thank you very much. That's what I was after. So I was just after the clause and I had lost that. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks, Commissioners.
So we are back to Mr. Horn now. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, if I could just build on that answer too, is Regulation 47 covers visual amenity landscapes, and so that would fall back to those highly valued landscapes in the tier below, outstanding, that district plans can regulate as well.
Oh, thank you for that. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Yep. Thank you very much. So now, Mr. Horn.
So I've just got some brief speaking notes, which I won't read out. I think I'll just talk to them. But essentially, the key outcome that the companies were seeking on the NFL section was to cross-refer back to the INF P13. And I think you're aware that's the position that they would like you to adopt, and that is what Mr. McLennan's recommending. It's the equivalent issue to the heritage chapter that I appeared before you, where there's an avoid approach in the I guess the overlay chapter, for want of a better term. It needs to be clear that infrastructure is managed a little differently, because it may need to go into those areas. We've talked about the NFL P3, that I think there's been enough discussion about that. So that would need an amendment to INF P13 to be able to deal with that. I note with INF P13, I think I raised this at the infrastructure hearing, is the very final clause of that policy. If you're not regionally significant or nationally significant infrastructure, you have to avoid effects on those areas. So bringing in Section 7 type matters needs some consideration on that final clause. I think that would need some amendment to, if nothing else, tag out those Section 7 environments, because it would be a fairly harsh policy regime otherwise. Probably the only other point I wish to make is there was a question from Commissioner Sullivan on the heritage hearing, which we answered in the infrastructure hearing, about INF P13 should be broadened to cover both new and upgrading of infrastructure, because there's currently a bit of a policy gap there. And I still support that position, that amendment should be made to INF P13. That's my key points. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Cubitt. And no. And Kiri, you have no questions? Yeah. No, look, that's all very clear to me too, Mr. Horn. Thank you very much. And thank you to all for attending and appearing. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks. So Murray Brass is not coming, or he is?
I think he's appearing tomorrow on both.
But no, we've got Weird Devlin for Glen Panel.
Okay, thank you. So Mr.
Good morning, or good afternoon.
So we're in your hands, Mr. Devlin. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take my evidence as read. It's a nice short brief for you there. Mr. Tilden of Glen Panel Developments Limited Partnership unfortunately couldn't make this time today, so he gives his apologies. Just in summary, with regard to my evidence, I think you'll see that I'm saying there that the NFL chapter is very important to Queenstown. 97% of the district is ONL, and development in and around and use of the ONL is part of what makes Queenstown. Almost all of our tourism and commercial recreational activities are in the ONL, and you'll see from my evidence that I don't think the objectives and policies at present currently have the balance quite right in terms of enabling appropriate development and avoiding inappropriate development. So I guess my focus there is not, it was to emphasise that the ONL isn't a national park, it is often private property, and people do want to do things in the ONL that can benefit the ONL as part of developments. And in my evidence, I was careful to make sure I gave you some good examples of that, where as part of an appropriate development, the ONL has been restored or is in the process of being restored. So in my experience, generally that doesn't happen unless it's part of an appropriate development proposal. Probably the classic example is that Mo Whenua private QE2 covenant, which is on Shania Twain and Mark Lang's land. And he's put a private covenant on that. It's the size of a national park, but it was part of an appropriate development where there was a house constructed as well. So I guess what I'm saying there really is through the objectives and policies, we do want to encourage that appropriate development still. I felt the focus was too much on the avoidance of adverse effects. So I'm happy to take any questions, and
Thank you, Mr. Devlin. Commissioner Cubitt first.
Morning, Mr. Devlin.
morning.
I guess that your proposed objective is, as you say, it's turning it around a bit, isn't it? focusing on appropriate use and development and ensuring it's enabled to achieve those outcomes. You had some examples of why the current framework may not be that helpful, and I think in your evidence in chief, I can find it. It was more about sort of recreational uses. I was just trying to understand how the current framework wouldn't enable those things to happen. They seem to rely on those resources, the recreational uses. What in this current RPS would actually restrict that happening now?
Yeah, so I think you're referring to paragraphs 26 and 27. In paragraph 26, I gave some examples of those commercial recreational activities that are all part of Queenstown's identity happening in the ONL or the ONF, as the case may be. And then in 27 was the residential examples where you typically had a massive sort of restoration as part of it. What I like to always do is run those proposals today. Like if I had a client came in and said, you know, I want to put a gondola up in Lomond behind Queenstown, or I want them to run a steamboat across the lake, how would it get on against these objectives and policies? Obviously, they're already there and they've been in place for some time, but I always find that's a useful test. And just when I, you know, on a plain reading of those objectives and policies, like NFL 01, it does have in there, you know, reference to the use and development of Otago's natural resources, but I think, you know, the Skyline Gondola or the Earnshaw or whatever, you're going to struggle with some of these objectives and policies. So I guess really what I'm emphasising is that it's only inappropriate development that has to be avoided. The policy framework should make some provision or recognition that there can be appropriate development as well, particularly for Queenstown. You know, I do think we're different perhaps to other parts of Otago in that regard, you know, although Central Otago District obviously shares similar landscapes.
Yeah, I guess it's the words, and when I read the words that concern me was results, and so you actually have to, if whatever you do in those areas actually has to physically result in protection of things, is almost an active management requirement there, and that's your concern, because I assume, because you take the gondola for example, it's not actively managing or protecting the landscape in that sense, is it? It's getting people into it to utilise and appreciate, but it's probably not resulting in protection.
That's dead right, and yeah, you'll see there I've struck out the results in and replaced that with an alternative wording. Sorry, just on that, there is a recommendation from Andrew in terms of the criteria to assess landscapes in Appendix 9, that recognition of recreational values. Does that assist? I did look through Appendix 9. I was pretty comfortable with that. Yeah, I think that would assist, and that's particularly topical at the moment, I guess, with quite a lot of work being done in this part of the world for cycle trails and things. So, you know, just as one example, you've seen how popular the Cromwell to Clyde cycle trail is. Of course, it's right through an ONL. It's left quite a noticeable line in the landscape, you could say, from the view from the road, but that sort of getting people out into the ONL, enjoying the ONL, being in it and recreating in it is in my opinion appropriate. And yeah, the words you mentioned, results in the protection of ONLs, you know, it has changed at the cycle trail. So. Yeah, and I guess so that the example you've just given is probably what you're talking about when you use the phrase is enabled. It's those sorts of things that enable people to get out there and enjoy and experience those things while protecting those values. Yes, that's correct.
The other thing is in your experience, which is quite vast up that way. NFL P2, Andrew's made a recommendation today to remove the word or change the word limited to little. I just wondered what your comment would be around that, because I see you haven't made a comment on limited in P2. Does that assist?
I probably wouldn't think it was too much of a change. Yeah, I wouldn't. And my initial thought would be I wouldn't be too concerned with that change.
Yeah, I guess it's around the capacity issue. Okay, well, thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Devon. Just one question from me. Other points have been covered by Mr. Hewitt, but just in relation to your paragraph 27 and 28, I'm just interested in how restoration packages are developed for proposals that do adverse ONLs. I mean, I suppose we've heard a lot in the ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity chapter around offsetting and compensation and all that sort of stuff. Is there, I mean, is there guidance around this? Is there, I mean, how do you sort of, in proposals you've been involved with, how does the, I suppose, the restoration component get developed to sort of mitigate the effects on the values? I suppose this question.
Yeah, there's no guidance around it that I'm aware of. As a firm of planners and landscape architects, we're often working in the rural zones and also in the ONL. If people come to you with a proposal, it's obviously a tough consenting environment already, and as part of our advice to clients, we would, as part of a consent package, I guess if there's opportunities for that ecological enhancement and restoration, we would be suggesting they do that. In the Queensland Lakes District Plan, there are, of course, objectives and policies around that natural character, natural environmental matters that would support that, and so it could be a combination of wilding conflict control and weed control and restoration of gullies that typically focused on just with the water habitat, and it depends a little bit on the client. That the tree space example I gave, which isn't a client of ours, but they had this vision to literally cover half of the lower slopes of Mount Dewar and recreate a beach forest. So that was the whole, it was a property development at its heart, but the vision was the beach forest as part of that. So some clients are really on board with that, and others less so, it's fair to say. Yes, so I guess as part of our advice to those landowners and clients, we'd look for those opportunities for ecological restoration as part of a package. I'm sort of a little reluctant to use the term to offset landscape effects, but it is part of that, in the sense that if you're recreating or restoring natural character, some discreetly placed residential units in the ONL as part of that might become more acceptable.
Yeah, no, I just found it quite interesting that a lot of the, I suppose, a lot of what's put up to is, significantly enhancing the ecological values of the area, which I suppose relates to landscape as well. So, yeah, it's interesting that some of, I suppose, what's being sought through the eco chapter of the RPS may well end up being achieved through the natural features and landscapes section.
Yeah, and I can hand on heart say that some developments I've worked on have resulted in, literally tens or hundreds of thousands of plants going in the ground as part of that, and that would be a key message, is that to achieve that restoration limit of the policy that Mr. McLennan added in his footage variable, that can be done through appropriate development. So generally people just don't go out and restore landscapes out of their own goodwill, although sometimes that happens. But it's through an appropriate development that you can achieve that restoration. So.
Yeah, no, thank you for that.
Just on, by way of clarification, or just at your paragraph 27C, when you're discussing that large beach proposal, the last sentence just left things swinging a bit. A large part of this area is covered in wilding pines. Just out of interest, does the proposal involve some method of removing those or not?
Yes, they're fully removed now. They were sprayed and then felled, and I can just about see them out my window here. They're in rows on the ground. So it is really difficult to do that restoration. It takes a lot of money, and I'm actually a trustee of the Wakatipu Reforestation Trust as well, and so I know from experience that when you plant 100 plants in the ground, 30% are going to die. So if you can get higher than 70% survival rate, you're doing pretty well. So when you look at the numbers there, that tree space, the amount of work and effort and cost to get those in the ground, and that is a requirement to get their titles for the subdivision. So there's no sort of getting out of it. It's a huge commitment we've made there to achieve that.
Just looking at the overall scheme, your paragraph 49, your suggestion to an addition to policy 2 in subclause 2, I wondered why you didn't look at policy 5. That was policy 4, sorry, the restoration. Are you not repeating?
Sorry.
You're not really repeating what's in there?
Right, yes. I was possibly just wanting to link that back to the effects assessment. So sort of what I was mentioning earlier is that as a package of, a proposal could be inappropriate. A proposal could be appropriate if you avoid, remedy, or mitigate adverse effects and create positive effects. So, but I see what you mean about P4. I guess, to sort of summarise that, I was the focus in that second limit at the moment is on avoiding, remedy, or mitigating other adverse effects, and so I guess I was trying to put into part of that the positive effects side of things.
Right. If you look at that in terms of the next level down, the highly valued natural features and landscapes, and look at P3, you end up with a situation that you haven't addressed of that same avoiding, but without a recognition of methods or ways, manners in which enhancement or maintenance could occur. And when you were talking about those large areas covenanted, I wondered whether a subclause 3 that referred to maintaining and enhancing high-value natural features or landscapes by use of covenants, planting, or other methods would sort of take that same sort of approach that you're advocating that we should adopt in policy 2. Did you look at that?
Not specifically, but did you say method 3, was it?
No, policy 3.
I guess the focus of Glen Panel LP was very much on the O&L, purely because that's what where their land holdings are, and they're less concerned about the section 7C landscapes, but yeah, and my evidence is focused on the O&Ls obviously, but yeah, I think a similar conclusion could be reached about, you know, the avoiding, remedying or mitigating other adverse effects and reflecting the ability to create positive effects for those highly valued natural features and landscapes.
Look, thank you very much, Mr. Devlin, and thank you for the thought you put into it. Thank you.
No problem, thank you. Okay.
Takanui Gold, are they online?
Not currently. They were intending to appear after lunch.
Okay, well, that's right. We'll take lunch now. Okay, come back at 1 o'clock. Right. So, Annette, Colin,
On your screen.
go on, Ms. Colin. We can see you.
Kia ora.
There we are. We can hear you.
I'm unmuted. I'm sorry. I think I've got a green screen. I don't know why that's happening today. It's happened with another meeting as well. I apologise for that.
Thank you. Well, we saw you momentarily, and
Yes.
so we can hear you. So I think you'll just have to carry on. Thanks.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. So kia ora, everyone. I have provided commentary on NFL Policy 2 at paragraph 5.23 of my evidence, which recommended reference to the identified values of outstanding metrics. So I've recommended this amendment to provide a sharper focus to the policy on which values effects need to avoid, recognising that potentially not every element needs to be protected in order to protect the landscape values of outstanding natural features and landscapes. So the specific values and sensitivities that contribute to an ONL are identified through NFL Policy 1 and App 9, which would enable those elements that do require protection to be identified. That's the only matter that I wanted to raise with you today. And so I'll go to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Q.
Well, I actually don't have any questions. Thanks, Ms. Colley, because we have discussed this matter a bit, but not on your current evidence. But I was wondering, from your planning experience with the restoration element of the objectives and policies, how you would see that working in the context of, well, for example, your client. If you got through the sort of carve-out provision, and would the restoration aspect of the policy framework be useful in your context?
Sorry, sir, could you just point me to the restoration policy that the restoration one that you're referring to?
Yeah,
reference.
Objective 1 is talking about
okay.
the restoration of outstanding highly valued natural features and landscape, and then there's a policy 4 which promotes restoration, which is more like after the event almost.
And sorry, just to clarify the question, you're asking if there would be any benefit to a carve out for particular activities in respect of those.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to work out how that fits together. So if you've got infrastructure and mining, etc., may have been granted consent in one of these environments. I guess the restoration aspect of the policy framework is probably of assistance in terms of remediation, I guess.
Yes, I think that that's certainly true. In respect of my particular client's area of operation, I'm aware that some of the values that could be considered to form part of the outstanding natural features and landscapes may have deteriorated over time through introduction of things like pest species and in particular and farming activities. And so I guess the restoration objective and policy would facilitate some, I guess, restoration of landscape values through consideration of those specific activities. Having the ability to consider the benefits of restoration would also be helpful, I think. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. I was just wondering, had you given some consideration to that, because it's the first time I've come across requiring restoration of landscapes. Just wondered where it came from, but I'm assuming it's arisen through that, probably activities such as your clients that have led to this sort of approach.
I think some of the biodiversity provisions enable offset in respect of ecological values, and there may be some benefits of restoration in terms of landscape values in a similar mechanism.
Yes. Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, I just have one question. I was a bit confused initially, but I just want clarification. Your original submission sought to change under 2 NFLP2 to the words minimizing, and then at the end you resorted back to avoiding, remedying, and mitigating. Have I got that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So the original submission was drafted by somebody else, and I've obviously taken that as a basis, but then written evidence on my from my own point of view as a planning expert, and I think that avoiding, remedying, or mitigating is a better wording for NFLP2 clause 2.
Yeah. That's what I was after. I wasn't quite sure why the change. Okay, thanks for that. And that was all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, I don't think there are any more questions. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
So Oceania next. Go.
Hi, I'm Ms Walker here on behalf of Oceania Gold, New Zealand Limited, and our planner Ms Hunter is on her way, so she'll be here shortly, so hopefully we can segue nicely into that. I do really only have a few brief comments, and then Ms Hunter is available to answer any questions and might speak to a couple of issues, but hasn't prepared a written statement. Initially, we had been down in the hearing schedule that Ms Paul was also going to give evidence, but as I indicated late on Friday, and I apologise it wasn't sooner, going back through it, we realised that Ms Paul had kind of presented quite extensive evidence earlier on in the hearing and didn't have anything further to add on this particular topic. But if you did have any questions, we could get those answered and make that available to the panel and the council. So as set out in Oceania's originating submission, its concern in this chapter is with policy 3, which refers to the highly valued landscapes. And its concern is that there does not seem to be any real distinction between the values and attributes of an outstanding natural feature and landscape in policy 2, and then the highly valued landscapes and features which become the topic of policy 3. So at this morning's hearing, Mr McLennan gave his opinion that the highly valued landscapes and features are likely to be on the periphery of an outstanding natural landscape or feature, but might not qualify themselves, might not quite make the grade in terms of being outstanding. So the example he gave was the remarkables that were outstanding, but due to modification, and I took him to be saying particularly because of farming and the lower foothills, those areas did not qualify as being outstanding. And so what I took from his comment, and I stress that he did not say this, but this was my interpolation, was that the extent of highly valued landscapes and features may not be as widespread as was suggested by submitters. However, I would add that I do not find that there is anything limiting the extent of highly valued landscapes and features to being on the periphery of outstanding natural landscapes and features. Certainly, I cannot see anything in either the appendix or the policies or methods which require a highly valued feature or landscape to be proximate to an ONL or ONF. So I would just submit that we need to be quite cautious, and we need to think about how these policies will be applied in practice. I would also echo the Commissioner's comments from this morning regarding the use of the word avoid in policy 3 and what consequences this may result in for lower order plans. So I did try and have a look at the Queenstown proposed district plan. So this was referred to in the statement of Mr. McLennan. And if I could refer you to his footnote 4, and there's a reference to policy 33.43. And with respect, I think that's actually policy 3.3.43. So the Queenstown plan used to refer to these visual amenity landscapes, but is now moving towards talking about rural character landscapes. And I was looking to see if there were any sort of avoid policies that they had in their plan in chapter 6. I did find one where they policy 6.3.4.8. Now this is the appeals version, so that numbering could change, but that was talking about avoiding adverse effects on visual amenity from subdivision, use and development that is either A, highly visible from public places and other places which are frequented by members of the public, generally accepted trail as defined in the plan, or B, forms the foreground for an outstanding natural feature or outstanding natural landscape when viewed from public roads. So I think that's that idea of that proximate, where you have this sort of almost like there's the continuum of a landscape, but it reaches a point where perhaps it's not identified as outstanding anymore. So I realise that you do have someone on behalf of Queenstown Lakes District Council who'll be talking to you later and probably more of an expert, but I was just trying to see where they'd kind of gone with avoid in that district plan. And there were a lot of managing type of policies, and I apologise that I don't have anything to present to you specifically on that, but where I'd like to take that is Oceania has suggested some alternative wording which was in its original submission, and this would say maintain or enhance highly valued natural features and landscapes by ensuring development within such areas achieves appropriate integration with that landscape. So that was removing that paragraph 1 and 2 which had the word avoid and avoiding significant adverse effects, and making it more of a overall type assessment as to what would be appropriate for that landscape. So as I bide my time, there's Hunter here.
Sorry, I thought just after 1 or 2 months.
Yeah, sorry.
Apologies.
Well, Ms. Walker, there may be some questions in any event.
No, I think you understood what you said. Well, maybe just one clarification. I just want to get that policy right. I think, did you say it was 3.3.43 or 3.3.4.3?
3.3.43. So I think it's the strategic direction chapter.
Okay.
I must admit I didn't take the issue of proximity necessarily as strongly as you did from what Mr. McLennan said. I think he was just trying to give the example of degrees, as I understood it, of attributes that might be needed to be outstanding as contrasted to highly valued. And I may be being presumptuous in saying this, but I suspect he would be saying that one could take other examples that have a disjunct between those two, where you might find one particular location in a scenery sense was outstanding, another one only ever reached really the highly valued. The remarkable example is just that it happened to be in that one alignment. So I didn't take necessarily proximity from what he said. But certainly it's a difficult issue, and the thrust of what Mr. Anderson and Mr. McLennan are saying to us is that it's a matter of degree or expert conclusion on a site-by-site basis. And how on earth otherwise can you deal with it in a regional policy statement if you're going to have some sort of recognition of a protection or a maintenance and enhancement, but you're looking at the same attributes? It has to be a degree conclusion reached, doesn't it, on site-by-site assessment by a decision maker?
Yes, and I think it was in one of the very early Queenstown cases that Judge Jackson said that there's always those very clear examples of outstandingness that everyone can kind of agree on and say, you know, the remarkables, for example, are outstanding. But then it's when you move on to some of the other landscapes that it can be a bit more difficult, particularly to delineate where the outstandingness stops and another kind of highly valued rural character or visual amenity landscape, you know, does begin. And I guess, and I apologise to Mr. McLennan for having, you know, taken one little point that he'd made, but I was just trying to stress this idea of, you know, the appendix does have these attributes which are to be considered. It's not kind of like you need to meet 5 or more, or that there's any sort of, you know, further guidance, and that there can be large areas which could, you know, so people, you know, own or are looking to develop at the moment, and they could become one of these highly valued landscapes with these avoid policies. So I think that it might be one of those cases where if there wasn't the requirement for the avoidance of certain things, there wouldn't be concern with being a highly valued landscape or feature, but it's kind of the consequences of the avoid and then how that might be interpreted by a district council or the regional council and its regional plan that will kind of be the kicker, so to speak.
Right. Thank you. Senator Sutherland, we're on to you.
I don't have anything in addition to my original evidence and also the supplementary evidence that I've submitted during the course of the hearing. So just thought I'd just touch on what that covers in terms of section 14 of my primary statement, which is about this matter, and particularly NFL P3, which I think we've just been talking about with Ms. Walker. So I share those concerns, and then the other part of my evidence talked about the amendments to NFL 01, the objective, in terms of restoring outstanding and highly valued natural features and landscapes, just on the basis that it could be quite onerous for landowners and developers in some instances to sort of achieve those type of outcomes. And I recommend that clause 3 of that objective should be deleted in that primary statement. And then it's also worth touching on the general issues with the objectives and policies within the natural features and landscapes from, you know, mineral extraction type perspective in terms of the locational and functional constraints that they experience. And similar to infrastructure providers, OceanaGold submits that there should be a pathway for mineral extraction activities. So in supplementary evidence, I've set out what that pathway might look like and included ways to manage where it might conflict with outstanding natural features and landscapes, in terms of, you know, giving perhaps preference to avoiding their location, but acknowledging that there probably are, you know, potentially locational and functional constraints, which mean avoidance is not practicable, and then requiring a sort of managed approach to dealing with the effects on those values.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Hunter. I have to apologise. I didn't bring your supplementary evidence. I think I have read it.
Yeah.
But I'd be interested in what you're promoting, and because to me the issue would be maybe not so much the outstanding stuff, but the highly valued, which would be a problem for OceanaGold. And if you've got an avoid there and no pathway, which doesn't appear to be a pathway at the moment through that. That would be an issue for Oceania Coal.
Potentially,
Yeah.
depending on where those
Well, potentially,
landscapes
yeah.
fall, yeah.
Yeah.
Classification, yeah.
We had Miss Collie on from Matakanui Gold before, and her evidence didn't address it, but you have touched on the restoration issue. I didn't hear around that in context how that would work, but the policy, there is a bit of disconnect between the objective and policy, but the policy is promoting that, and it's almost your submission may highlight the fact that you're an outstanding landscape. You wonder why restoration is needed, but in connection with the pathway through, so those highly valued things, that policy is probably quite useful, isn't it, in terms of for an activity like a gold mine or something that's actually going to destroy a landscape, but then you can restore later or remediate, which you already do or require to. Is that not a useful sort of addition to a policy framework in the context of a mining operation?
Well, yeah, potentially, and looking at it like that in that light, yeah. Should probably have
Probably
in my
that's
mind
how it
too, yeah.
started, I guess. But,
Remediation, yeah, I guess that is what that should be achieving, so.
yeah. And the only other thing was, well, you touched on it in your 14.2, you're talking about the difficulty with Appendix 9, which we've discussed this morning, and it's just a list of things that every landscape has. But what I'm trying to get my head around, which we all are, is which you've raised, but I'm not sure how you could do it. You know, drafting in the policy is where is the threshold in there? These are the things you look at. What would you put in the plan that say when these things here get to this level, then it's outstanding, or if it's there, it does come down to experts on a case by case thing when you're either doing a plan or doing a resource consent. So there's probably no. What are you saying? Should we get rid of Appendix 9, or if we keep it, we need some sort of thresholds put in there?
I think that would be useful, yeah. And in terms of, I think that the evidence for contact energy from Brad Coombs suggested amendments to things like that to provide a bit more certainty and sort of consistency with best practice. So it might be worth looking at in his, which presumably can apply to any particular development.
I do have Brad's here, but I noticed that contact's not coming back.
No, they're not, and no. So
yeah.
Yeah.
I did have questions for him around that, which we didn't ask last time. Yeah. Okay, well, I can go back and have a look at that. But yeah, I just still haven't got my head around how would you develop a policy or come up with thresholds when you look at that criteria. It's dealing with different things that an ecosystem or your eco stuff is dealing with. Yeah.
And I guess it's why we just need to be careful if there are void type sort of objectives and policies too. That's a bit of uncertainty in that appendix in terms of where it applies. Yeah,
and applying to amenity type landscapes as opposed to ONLs. I'm not sure if there was any questions in that, but discussion, yeah. So yeah, thank you.
I don't know.
I must admit, when I first read your evidence in relation to the CMNFL, my reaction was exactly the same as Alan Cubitt's just discussed with you, that I thought I was surprised to see you opposing that third limb. I thought it was actually helpful for you, but you probably gave a bit of a key to your thinking process when you responded to Alan in an undertone, I think, which we heard, which was that remediation was the concept and not. Is there any distinction in your mind between restoration and remediation?
I think potentially, because as I've set out in my evidence, that depending on where the bar is set, affected a landscape that has outstanding values, how do you restore that? Essentially, you can remediate, but whether or not you're restoring it back to its original natural state, I'm not sure. I guess it's the boundaries of what would be required from that restoration, but do take the point that, you know, remediation is something that should be considered or available for activities like infrastructure and mineral extraction. I actually think, again, going back to contact energies, Brad Combs has talked about that too, in terms of how that would be practically applied from a landscape architect's perspective.
Right.
Yeah.
No, thank you both.
Yeah, I'd echo that too, that I think of restoration as being back to the former, which can
Very
set
high
one up.
bar, which I think you've raised.
Yeah, whereas if it was remediation, it might, you know, sit more comfortably. with some
Or,
of those
or a
types of
combination of the two, restoration or remediation.
And I think I heard this morning, I hope I can even take something out of context, but that kind of, you know, would it be where necessary or if appropriate, could potentially be some wording added into that paragraph 3. No, sorry, is it me inventing it? Sorry.
No, that was discussed, and I think Mr. Devlin's got some wording around that.
Yeah, because just again, mindful that in some contexts it is a bit easier if you're, you know, had a hole and you fill in the, sorry, this is very crude talk, but you know, you fill in the hole and kind of cover it, that can be achieved, but for some people it could be a lot of a harder task.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So transfer.
Ms. McLeod has just advised that she's tied up in environmental mediation and will let us know if she has anything to add this afternoon, and I've asked her when that likely will be.
Right.
But she's not appearing right now.
So that, does that bring us to the end today? Does. Okay, thank you. So tomorrow we're at 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Fine.